Man, it's like, I never really got around to playing the actual first game for myself.
It's Crash Bandicoot!
But heck yes. That music is so good. And it's catchy. And the first time you select each of these menu items, you actually get Neocortex saying, like, it's this game! It's this game!
It's Crash Bandicoot 2! Cortex strikes back!
So, like, that's a really cool touch. So this was the first Crash Bandicoot game that I ever played. I got in on the second one, which honestly was probably a good thing considering where my skill level was at. Because I did manage to beat Crash 2. I remember at the very least getting pretty dang far in the game. And Crash Bandicoot is not the easiest 3D platformer by any means. I don't know how I would have held up to OG Crash 1. That would have been an interesting foray. But where we're starting today is with the third entry.
It's Crash Bandicoot!
With possibly one of the catchiest themes ever. It's so good. Like, I cannot help but groove to this every time I hear it. It's just so well realized. I love this. But as much as I would love to keep listening to it, I'm imagining we'll hear something like it in the hub world anyway. So let's just get in. Let's get playing. And for those who don't exactly know the story of what's going on, don't worry too much about it at this early stage of the Crash games.
At last.
There wasn't too much of a story, per se. There's a little bit.
Uka Uka is free? No, it cannot be. Evil, great evil has come.
Great evil has come.
None have dared fail the great Uka Uka even once. But you, Cortex, you have failed me twice. Great Uka Uka. It was that infernal Bandicoot. From deep inside my devil prison, I sent you simple instructions to follow. But you lost the gems, you lost the crystals, and I have lost my patience. There is now no other power source left on this planet. I know we've had a few unfortunate setbacks. And failed. But since your bumbling has managed to set me free, I am feeling generous. There is still a way to amass the power needed to enslave this miserable planet. And this time, the great Uka Uka will make sure that you do it right.
There he is.
Many eons, my evil twin brother, Uka Uka, has been freed from his underground prison. Long ago, I locked him there to protect the world from his malice. Now, free once again, he must be stopped.
And so our heroes have their call to action.
Children, Uka Uka and Cortex plan to use this time-twisting machine to gather crystals that lay scattered across time. I have brought you here to recover the crystals before they do. To open the time portal, simply stand on a button and then jump into the portal. Good luck.
All right, we've got our call to action. And I'm going to be playing using the D-pad because I'm going to need precision for some of the platforming. I think the D-pad is going to work best for me in that regard. Let's start with just saving. First things first, let's get a save file in here. Do I want Coco to join my adventure? That is a question I was not expecting. What happens if I say yes? Oh. I can just swap to Coco. So that's new. That is definitely not how it was in the original trilogy. Because Crash 3 was actually the first game that you could actually play as Coco, but she was only in specific levels, and they were usually mostly either like auto runner or vehicle-based stages. There were very few stages where you would just do the standard Crash Bandicoot platforming, just running through a level kind of stuff. And I think she had her own moveset, though she didn't share like the different abilities that you get as Crash from these different bosses and stuff, if I remember correctly. But I was not expecting to be able to just play as her the whole time. You know what? This is a Crash Bandicoot game. We gotta play as Crash Bandicoot at least to start off. So let's dive into our first stage and just get a feel for this world that we're in.
Crash, crash, crash. Why must you always muck in my mud? Oh, look! I have a mask helping me, too. We will find out which one is more powerful soon enough.
I do like that they've definitely improved the voice line delivery and the presentation for things. Oh no, is that controller vibration that I feel? Oh, now there's a volume option. Yeah, I manually changed the volume in the Windows volume slider because the options in the main menu didn't give all of this as an option, so we'll just leave those there. I wish there was an option for subtitles, but there doesn't seem to be one, so I'm just gonna have to be careful about staying quiet whenever characters are speaking. There's also no option to turn off the controller vibration. Every time that I do this, I'm gonna feel just a tiny bit of vibration in the controller. That is a interesting looking chicken. I'll just try to get used to everything. Also, I believe by default the game runs at 30 FPS. So, in case you're wondering, that is just how the game is. It's not like a rendering issue or anything like that. That's just kind of the speed at which the game runs. I'm gonna take that extra life, because we may very well need those. Ugh. These enemies are so much worse than I remember, in a good way. Those frogs, they used to just look like frogs. But now they look like kind of grody frogs. Here they go. Now we got our powered up Aku Aku. Okay, so I should probably explain at least a couple of things here. So first of all, Crash Bandicoot. He's not a normal Bandicoot. At least not anymore. That was what Neo Cortex was working on in the leading up to the first game. Was working on creating a mutant animal army, I believe. And Crash was supposed to be, he was meant to be like the general leading Cortex's army. But as you could probably guess, that didn't exactly pan out for Cortex. So the goal of the first game was for Crash to make it to Neo Cortex's lab and rescue his sister, who I don't believe we ever see again in any of the following games. At least as far as the main trilogy goes. I don't remember ever seeing her in Crash 2, 3, or I did also play, what was it? The Wrath of Cortex, I believe, the PS2 game. I remember playing that one as well. I don't remember seeing her in there either. I don't know where that plot thread ended up over time. What we've got our helpful, friendly mask here, Aku Aku, and he basically acts as like a surrogate HP system. Anytime we've got him by our side, we can take some damage without immediately dying, because Crash Bandicoot is a 1 HP style game. If you have just Crash on his own, anytime he takes damage, he's just that's one life gone. With Aku Aku in his normal form, you can take one hit and then he'll disappear. In this powered up state, if you manage to collect a second mask while you already have him alongside you, he'll get this like powered up form, which acts as a second hit that you can take. If you collect a third mask while you have him in his powered up form, you basically get temporary invincibility, and I think maybe a speed boost, if I remember correctly. Either way, speed boost definitely secondary to the invincibility effect that you get temporarily. So that can be really handy. And a nice reward for still preventing yourself from taking damage, even if you have the safety of being able to take the hits. So as far as stage collectibles, there are two main collectibles. One of which being those like purple crystals. You can see where it says 0 out of 25, just because we haven't beaten the level yet. We'll get one once we beat it because we picked one up, but we just haven't finished the stage yet. But those crystals are what we need to collect in order to progress through the game. I don't remember if we need every crystal from every stage to technically play all the levels, but these are games that give you a different ending for reaching 100% completion. And he's also doing a classic Crash Bandicoot dance there. That's one of his one of his infamous idle animations. And I believe he also does that dance on completing stages, starting with Crash 2. Because I don't think Crash 1 had like a hub area like 2 and 3 do. But the other collectible is that gem that we just picked up. And that gem is acquired by destroying all of the crates in a stage. Now, this being the first stage, there's not too many crazy off the beaten path hidden places to go hunt down crates. The only thing that you could possibly miss is mainly that bonus area, which was that question mark platform that kind of took us off into the sky and onto that little walkway by a castle. And if we check out the tooltips during like the loading screens and whatnot, it actually says that we don't lose lives if we fail during the bonus levels, those bonus areas. Here's one of our crystals. We also have the gem. And there's a celebratory dance, just to show how wacky our little boy is. Now there is still one more collectible here. You might notice there's a time attack board over on the right side there. This game has time trials. We won't be tackling these right away. Mainly because I need to get warmed up and get back into the flow of playing Crash Bandicoot again. But also worth noting, we are going to get some abilities that will help us in the time trials to go a little bit faster and just have more navigation options. So it does benefit you to just play through the game normally, gather some of the different abilities, and then come back later. You might have a bit of an easier time with things. Now, I'm looking over here, and I'm noticing that stage 2, we can't actually take Coco in here. So, interesting to note that there are some stages that are Crash specific. I wonder if there are going to be any stages that are Coco specific. Yeah, I guess it would stand to reason. But let's head on in. Now that we've gotten a taste of the standard platformer experience, now we'll shake things up with an underwater side-scroller. Worth noting, some of these stages, if you're not in a standard 3D platforming section, you won't get the Aku Aku invincibility for getting a third mask. One thing that makes these water stages a little scary is that the spin propels you forward. This is a checkpoint box. Grab that, and you got yourself a nice little checkpoint. Definitely a good thing to have. Just grab that. You can also mash the A button to swim faster. Sometimes it's hard to see these boxes, they're a little bit hidden. And we've got Wumpa fruits, are basically like this game's coins, more or less. Grab 100, get an extra life. Definitely a handy thing to have. We have this nice little submersible vehicle here. This actually lets us fire some torpedoes. Which can be very handy for tackling enemies at a distance. And it is also good for moving a bit faster, but since I'm trying to kind of take it slow and relearn these levels, I'm not super keen on just rushing straight through. Also, one of the things that can be a little tricky when first learning how to play these is just sometimes identifying what's a threat, what's a hazard, and what's an enemy. Sometimes it can be a little tricky. Sometimes. Some things are fairly obvious, like these underwater mines are not going to be a good time if you make contact with them. But some environmental hazards can be a little tougher to read. And I think that's also true of the original games. But I'd say a good rule of thumb is to just err on the side of caution. If it's moving a lot and it seems like something that could be damaging, then probably safest to assume that it is going to deal damage and try to avoid it as best you can. Now I missed 8 boxes somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where, but I'm not going to worry too much about that starting off. We're just going to get our bearings and get a feel for how much diversity there is in the level structures. Like, just in the first 2 levels, 2 entirely different play styles. Standard 3D platforming, and then side-scrolling water level. Definitely an interesting mixture. Ah, yes, this is a Coco-specific level. Now, this is one... If we see any Coco-specific levels, these were the only stages that you could play as Coco in the original game. Oh, Coco, you answering your phone in the middle of my stream? How could you? How could you do this to me? Answering your phone in the middle of the stream. That's bad stream manners. Hold run for top speed, but your control suffers. Fair enough. What is the run button on this? Let me double check. There is no run button. Here we go. So this is an auto runner. You don't even have to hold forward, you just left and right. So the biggest thing for this stage is you have your normal running speed, and you also have a faster running speed. Faster running speed obviously makes you run faster, but it also dampens the amount of left and right control you have. So be mindful of that whenever you're playing. I saw those crates up there I missed. We'll grab those another time. Right now, we'll just focus on trying to grab as many crates as we can, and then also grabbing the crystals. Also, if you see these characters wearing glasses, they're usually enemies. So try to avoid them as best you can. Pretty straightforward stage, just to get used to moving around and dodging obstacles and that sort of thing. Again, a totally different style of play from what we've experienced up to this point. So we've got 3D platforming, 2D side-scrolling, and auto-running. Trying to see. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to remember all the different moves for this game, because you actually have like a crouch move so that you can crawl around. But if you crouch while you're running, you get a slide. You might notice if you do a crouch jump that you get some extra height. This also applies if you do a slide jump. But a slide jump is going to be very helpful for getting across larger gaps. Now this stage has 2 gems in it. 2 of those like clear gems. So we'll have to see if we can figure out what that's all about.
Uka Uka and Cortex want tiny get crystals and bring them to big Colosseum in Rome. Crash! Leave them for Tiny, or Crash get crushed!
So that's our first boss, giving us a little bit of a pre-battle pep talk. So yeah, we're gonna be seeing Tiny later at the Colosseum. Again, new spin on the formula. Because now we have one of these stages where you are being chased toward the camera. You're having to react to things on the fly with a very short window of time to react. These stages were always some of the hardest ones for me when I was younger. Mainly because the reaction time on the first playthrough, where you don't know what the route is right off the bat, can be tricky to deal with. I did take 1 hit, so we're back to our powered up form after grabbing that. Also, our first instance of a TNT block. So, you definitely don't want to spin these, but you do need to break them if you want the gem for breaking all the crates. So, the way you do that is you just bounce on the top and they give you a nice little countdown. And then they explode. And they do chain explosions. So groups of TNT crates that are physically adjacent to each other will blow each other up in a chain reaction. Alright. This grass slows us down. I also don't like the mud man over there. Not a fan of the mud man. I'm just gonna slide jump past him. Now, we can't use this yet. It's just a wireframe rendering of a platform. We'll have to come back to this later. but I have a feeling that is where our other gem lies. Now that there is a nitro box. Even touching it in any way, any contact with it, will cause it to immediately explode like a TNT crate. So do your best to avoid those. You do also have to break the nitro crates to get the all crates gem, but since we can't really safely break them, you may be wondering how we actually go about dealing with them. Now, the game will provide us with a solution later. So, we won't have to worry about that too much. We do also have a body slam move. If we're up in the air and we press the crouch button, we do a nice straight face plant into the ground, which can be good for breaking those taller stacks of crates. Also nice that we get a little crate counter at the top of the screen. If you just press the Y button, you get a little overview of how many Wumpa fruits you have, how many crates you've broken out of how many total exist in the stage, and your lives counter. Try to avoid that guy. But like, not only is the gameplay very diverse in these early stages, but the environments are also incredibly diverse. We had a castle, we had underwater, we had basically Great Wall of China kind of thing. And now we're in, you know, like prehistoric times. And also another chase segment. Now, these chase segments also existed in Crash 2. And I think, I don't remember if Crash 1 had any chase segments. No time to actually collect the fruit. We just gotta break the crates and go. Try to make use of these slide jumps. Don't run into the nitro. That was unfortunate. They caught up to us. Now with these chase segments, it doesn't matter how many Aku Aku masks you have. If that big thing reaches you, if the big threat reaches you, that is death. We'll try to avoid that if possible. A little tricky with those crates toward the end, but I want to try and get them. Okay, let's remember there's one right at the end here. I want to grab this crate, break that, grab the gem. Now, it was kind of hard to get the time to explain it because that guy does keep pushing through all the way. But that green steel crate that had the exclamation point on it, that detonates all of the nitro boxes in the entire stage. So that adds to that basically just finishes off whatever crates you haven't picked up by that point. Assuming that all you've got left are the nitro crates. So that green box is always going to be at the end of a stage, and it's pretty much always going to be the final crates that you pick up unless you decide to backtrack and try to find whichever ones you missed. But that's how you break the nitro crates to get the crate gem. So we got our crystal, we got our crate gem. Always kind of nice whenever we can clean those both up at the same time. But now that we've dealt with a variety of stages, it's time for one last shakeup. This one's another Coco specific level, and this once again does something different from the other stages that we've played so far. This is one of the vehicle stages I was talking about. You take Coco, and you've got this, we're just riding along, we're just jet skiing. Now these levels also used to give me a little bit of trouble when I was younger. Mainly because it's a jet ski, so it turns a little wider than you might expect at first. And speed control can be a little tricky, because there's no reverse. You just go. So yeah, probably relatively self-explanatory what is and is not a threat here. You're generally staying within these little bobbers. Don't want to touch the bombs. Don't want to touch the cannonballs. Don't want to run into other boats. I do love the remastered music. That is quite a fun one. Unfortunately, sometimes the bombs are moving. So actually getting between them to grab the different boxes can be a little tricky at times. So like this bomb is like going back and forth in front of this ramp to try and block us off. Backtrack a little bit to try and grab this other crate. See how it's like going back and forth? Now that's something that's gonna make the time trials a little interesting, is figuring out which cycles we are and are not going to be able to make. Oh, it doubles back. I thought it just kept going. Assumptions can be dangerous. But as long as you're deliberate and just kind of take your time and are just mindful of your environment, you shouldn't have too much trouble. Especially once you get a feel for how the turning and stuff kind of feels. That's honestly the biggest adjustment, is just dealing with having like a wider turn. If you want to turn left, you're gonna swing out a bit to the right as you do it. I know that took me a while to get used to. But hey, we managed to clean up the crate gem there, and we get to see Coco's version of the dance. Which I actually kind of like. I never really got to see that. Because it used to always be, whenever you play a Coco-specific stage, basically how it would go is, you step on the switch, you load up the stage, you walk up as Crash, and he like trips and falls before he goes in, and then Coco runs up and jumps in instead. And then once she's done with the stage, she just hops out of the portal, runs back down off screen, and then Crash comes back in. And that's how they handled the transition back then. But now, since you can apparently just play as either one, with some exceptions, they have a dance for both of them now. That's cool. But now it's time for our first boss battle against Tiny Tiger.
Crash! Coco! Stole the pretty crystals! Tiny, take them back in Gladiator Arena!
Gladiator Arena! So welcome to the Coliseum. It's time for our first boss battle.
I will break you like a puny rodent.
So just let him hop around. He's a happy little bouncy fellow. But unfortunately, he gets his trident stuck in the ground. And now it's time for the screen to shake. Wow, that is a lot of screen shake. Truly incredible. So you mainly just want to keep moving here. Until he stabs the trident in the ground. Now, I don't remember if you can... Yeah, you can swing these guys away, okay. So yeah, you just want to spin those guys away. Do the same thing again. Wait for him to do more bounces. I think the thing that increases here is the number of times he bounces before he'll stab the trident into the ground is different. That is a lot of screen shake. Oh boy. So yeah, just keep moving. Pick your moment. And grab your first ability. Now we can do a supercharged body slam. So if we press the B button at the top of our jump, we'll get a stronger body slam. So we'll get... Now we have a nice little shock wave to our slam. So I think it'll affect a small area around us now. I assume that's what it does. Can't say that I ever used the body slam very much whenever I played the original.
Well done, children. By defeating Tiny, you have unlocked the gate to the next time travel area. Go back to the center of this time twister and save your progress if you wish. From there, you will see that the gate to the second time travel area is now open.
I think that's new. I think that's mainly to bring people up to speed in case they didn't know where to go from there. So now the second gate is open. We have a third, a fourth, and a fifth. All kind of centralizing around different themes, different eras of time. With this first one being medieval mayhem. And such. Yeah, each area has very, very clear theming, and we will eventually be getting to like future world stages at the very end. No, Coco's staying with us. Actually, kind of want to see if we leave her here. I'm just gonna go off screen. Oh. Oh. She's just on the computer now. I uploaded her to the Matrix. Oh no. Did I just load the save? I think I just loaded the save. I did just load the save. Well, let's do it again. But this time faster.
Crash.
And also skipping cutscenes. Well, I thought the A button would be the save button. My bad for not reading. Oh well. We know how these stages work. So we can practice for our time trial. Just breaking these nice and quick. Not worrying about picking stuff up. Because we can just go real quick. Your slide can also deal with enemies. It is a little bit risky because you have to space the slide pretty well. But it can be very helpful. Grab our bonus stage. And they do a pretty good job of signposting with the Wumpa fruits, using them as like a little guidance. You can also spin Wumpa fruits out of existence, so if you're looking to actually grab them, do be careful of that. You can actually spin them away. I think sliding also gets rid of them. No? Just spinning. Grab the larger clusters of Wumpa fruits just to keep us going. It'll still behoove us to have extra lives later, for sure. Now with those roulette boxes, I think they'll spin faster and faster if you just let them sit there. They'll start spinning faster until they eventually just break without giving you anything. If I recall correctly. Let him do his little dance. And we'll move on to stage 2. Now let's see if we can find those crates that I missed last time. Because I missed, what was it, 8 crates? The first time through? Spin this guy out. I have a feeling it might have been some crates that were hidden by the, like perhaps the coral or something. It's my guess. Spin you out. Let's break those. Because here I remembered to grab this crate here that was kind of hidden. There's 3 there. A few there. I don't think there's anything there. I don't think that there used to be a floor to that. if I remember correctly. I think that might have used to be open floor that led directly to the blade, which could damage you. I don't know if that's something that they changed. I don't know if they would have changed things like that. Yeah, like these, I might have missed these crates. Just hiding in the coral. Probably I missed like those. I'm guessing that's the kind of stuff I missed. Always glad to grab some of those extra lives crates too. Extra lives are always nice. Because they mean you don't have to restart a level entirely from the beginning. You can utilize the checkpoints. Make sure I grab that. Yeah, I may have missed these. I can't remember exactly how many of those I got last time. But those seem like the most probable candidates for crates that I would have missed. Grab these. Grab the crystal. And navigating this submersible can also be a little tricky. We missed one crate this time. I'd almost consider going back. But I don't really feel like backtracking through that stage. I'd rather just go through again, take my time looking through, and, you know, gather more lives along the way. But we definitely did better. So let's see, since we don't have our swapping to Coco active, let's see how this goes. So yeah, that's pretty much how it was. She didn't like warp in the original. But that's basically how it goes. Crash tries to go through, but he just ends up face planting instead. Let's see if we can grab all the crates in this stage. Yeah, in this first stage, there's no real reason to use the faster running. Especially if you're trying to be accurate and grab all the crates. It can be difficult to navigate if you're running fast. Remember to get up here this time so that we can grab the crates up top. One nice thing is that, if I'm not mistaken, the checkpoints do save what crates you've acquired up to a certain point. Like, up to the point that you activated them. So I imagine if you miss any crates in a section, it may be worth your while to trade a life in to be able to go back to a checkpoint and be able to grab the crates that were missed along the way. Particularly on stages like these auto runners, where you really don't have the option to backtrack. Real quick, I'm gonna try turning the preset down to medium and see if that changes the rate at which the game plays at all. As she does her dance here. We got the gem this time, so that's an improvement. And then Crash tags back in. I don't see any difference. What happens if we turn it down to the absolute lowest? Doesn't seem like it makes an in-game difference. So we'll just keep it. We'll just keep it up there. So yeah, that is just the way the game runs. Ooka-oo. So yeah, in Crash 2, Cortex more or less manipulates Crash into collecting all the crystals. I can't remember exactly what Crash's reason was for collecting all the crystals in Crash 2. We'll probably figure that out when we actually get into that. But we have our call to action for this game pretty clear. Uka Uka, the counterpart, the evil counterpart to Aku Aku, who we have helping us out, is the one that Cortex has been trying to help the whole time, apparently. And he's actually been freed from his prison in this one. So our job is to stop him from doing evil things, along with Dr. Neo Cortex. I also forgot that you could spin this grass. You just spin right through it, it breaks. That's pretty useful. Grab these. And there is more of a distinction between the crates that I haven't gone over. A lot of the crates will either be just standard unmarked crates, and they usually just drop a single Wumpa fruit or none at all, depending on the context. Usually they'll just drop one. These are bouncy. If you bounce on them in sequence, like the more times you bounce on them, the more Wumpa fruit you get, up to a certain cap. But if you jump on one and then you don't bounce on it for a while, it also will kind of like, I guess the value will decay, for lack of a better term. And if you jump on it again after a while, it'll just break. So it's something that has to be done relatively quickly. They'll usually have one or two of those like right next to each other so that you can kind of do that back and forth bounce. These question mark crates usually drop a cluster of Wumpa fruit. I don't think there's a set value to the clusters. Like I think they'll just drop like a certain range of Wumpa fruit. But they will drop several. So the unmarked ones give you one. The question marks give you a bunch. And we handled the bouncy ones. We got the TNT crates. We have the nitro crates. Don't let Mudman grab you. He's a grabby boy. This I didn't really explain the first time we came through here. You see these crate outlines? That usually means that there's a switch nearby. Usually a steel crate like this that you need to hit, and that will cause them to activate. Now this is meant to get you in the mindset of crate bouncing. Because if you hold the jump button, you can actually get some more height off of bouncing off of crates. And that can be very important for some later game areas if you want to grab some out of reach crates where you're meant to do that sort of crate bouncing. Now it's time for us to tackle this section once more. This time, we can use the... Ooh, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Yeah, I didn't have time. I took too long grabbing that bouncy crate. Let's see here. Now that I remember that I can just spin through the grass there. Very helpful. Make sure not to miss the gem on the right when you jump down, because there's no way to get back up there. And once you're down in that area, I don't think there's a way to lose a life to go back to the previous checkpoint either. Though I can't say for sure. Can also skip that animation the same way you skip cutscenes if you're in a bit of a rush. Tackle the jet ski stage again. Again, try to do this stage a little faster. You can control what direction you trick in. Because, like, I can hold down to do backflips or hold up to do front flips or something like that. If I hold right, I do a barrel roll to the right. Or is it an aileron roll? Also worth noting, if you ever get turned around in these stages, there is a nice little navigational arrow at the top of the screen to kind of keep you on track. So that can also be nice. You end up losing your way. Ooh boy. Do not like grabbing that box. The way that bomb moves just doesn't seem to work well with my brain. Also keep in mind, your wide turning also extends to your aerial control. So if you're not careful, you might accidentally move yourself out of the path of a crate that you're aiming for if you try to adjust mid-air. So try to minimize the amount of aerial adjustment they make. There we go. Got it all cleaned up, and we did it nice and quick. So that should be good practice for later on when we do our time trials of these stages. Let's go finish off Tiny again. And then this time, I'll pay attention to which button actually saves the game versus loading the save file. Because the thing is, when I first went into the save menu, pressing the A button selected the save slot that I wanted to save in. But now that I have a save in that slot, pressing the A button has been changed to selecting that save slot to load. I load from that save slot instead. So I think that's where the confusion came from. Somewhat unfortunate, but a little extra practice never hurts. And we're pretty early in the game, so it's not like we lost a lot of progress or did anything particularly challenging, per se. crawling around. I'm just a crawly boy. I find it helpful to mainly just stick to one lane and kind of focus on the lions that are coming at you from just straight ahead, rather than trying to like bob and weave between multiple lanes. Take me back! Take me back! To the time twister. Well. Alright. Let me look at the buttons. Yeah, now it's... Save. Okay. Yes. I'm going to save there. We do also have the autosave. I could have loaded the autosave. I also didn't take that into account because, you know, classic PS1 game doesn't have an autosave. But now we're getting into a new era. So before we hop into here, I see that Twitch is getting ready to run an ad here, so we'll get that taken care of real quick before we jump into Gee Whiz. And if you notice, the aesthetic might look a little familiar to the first level, but because we're later in the game now, things are gonna ramp up in difficulty a little bit. It only gets harder from here, so buckle up. Yeah, we'll let Twitch run this ad real quick, and then we will move onward and upward. So we will be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm noticing that when I tabbed out of the game, now it's running at 60 FPS. I mean, that looks smooth, but when I select the game, it slows down. I'm wondering if perhaps I should... Perhaps if I do a window display and then do... Because I don't usually like doing exclusive full screen mode, because then when I tab out, it does things that I don't like. It usually will mute the game or pause it entirely. But we'll try it. Let me see what happens. Okay, so that looks better for that. But if I leave the game for any reason, yeah, it pauses. That's the thing I don't like about exclusive full screen. Let me try one more thing then. If I go to windowed, apply it, we keep that, but I have this lovely little program called Borderless Gaming, which takes windowed programs and runs them in a borderless form. I'm wondering if that will solve the problem. Because it is in here. So let me try that. See if that solves our problem. Now that's running slower again. So let me take it out of Borderless Gaming and put it back on the other one real quick. Where are you? take that out of the list. Go to windowed full screen. Because I'm wondering why that would cause the problem. Does this game just not like running in windowed mode? Doesn't seem like it cooperates super well. I suppose it's a small price to pay for a smoother frame rate. I do like a smoother frame rate. I'll have to look into why windowed mode causes it to cut in frame rate, but that looks so much nicer and theoretically should also help me to react to things a little more readily in the game. That, I guess we could kind of quantify that as a classic experience.
Continue to be a thorn in our side.
Who? What? Where was I? Oh, Tiny was a good fellow. He hated everyone and everything, but a good heart nonetheless. Please be more reasonable with my minions next time.
I don't think I will. But yeah, we'll chalk that first world up to the classic experience with the lower frame rate. Because now it's like, ooh. I just have to remember that anytime I tab out of the game, it's gonna be completely paused and muted, which I don't usually like when games do that. But if it means a higher frame rate for the stream and all that, it definitely looks a lot better. So this is our first encounter with steel reinforced crates. We can't break these with a spin or a slide. The only way to break these is with a body slam. Nitro boxes are back. We've got some hits. Try to grab the mask there. Oh yeah, a couple more boxes. They're item-specific boxes. If you see a box that has, you know, Aku Aku depicted on the side of it, then that's pretty self-explanatory. That gives us another charge of our Aku Aku mask. And I already touched on what the three levels of that mean earlier. And there are also extra life boxes. They'll have our lives icon printed on them, and it'll just contain an extra life. Now this is the first time that we've had an enemy that has a ranged attack. So that is an interesting difficulty curve there. Because pretty much every enemy up until this point has just been a close quarters type of encounter. Excuse me. Where they only really do damage if you get too close to them and touch them, or if they do some sort of melee range attack that touches you. That wizard is our first instance of a ranged attacker. So here we have another setup of the bouncy boxes. Extra lives container that if you want to get, you're gonna have to do your high jump. I saw that extra life container and I figured that was probably a better value exchange versus oh, forgot about that. Better exchange than doing the bouncy box. But if you knock enemies into each other, because when you spin enemies, they actually do go flying. If you knock them into each other and kind of like combo them, you actually get Wumpa Fruit for your trouble. It's not usually worth going out of your way to do that, but it's nice that they have a little skill-based reward for something like that. It's kind of fun. Also be careful. The enemies that you send flying, if you notice there's no nitro crate here now, the enemies you send flying can also break crates. So be careful of that. I don't know if you still get the Wumpa Fruits or the contents of whatever crates get broken by an enemy flying through them. And I'm not super eager to test it and find out, because I'd rather just get the contents. So yeah, attacking this frog is a bit of a trap, because there's that nitro crate right there just waiting to take a hit off of you. That frog had a bad time. Oops. Nice thing is, sometimes when you fly into these bonus levels, it gives you a nice little overview of the level. And it does also give you a little mini counter, so that you can just keep track within the bonus area itself whether you've gotten all the crates or not. So that's nice. Alright, so these arrow containers, the containers with the arrow on them, these are bouncy containers that specifically just give you height. They don't ever run out of bounces or anything, or decay over time like the bouncy crates that have Wumpa Fruit in them. But the wooden versions will break if you spin into them or slide, like any other crate. These are straight up like full steel crates though. So these can't ever be broken. Those are permanent fixtures. So don't worry about trying to break any of the steel containers. Now this is an interesting dilemma of make sure that you don't just automatically go like, oh, I should hit the exclamation point block. Make sure to jump out here and grab that container first, then activate it. Because these are steel containers that you cannot break and will make that crate down there completely inaccessible. And with those taller stacks of crates, if you break through and you manage to get underneath any crates that are falling, crates that fall on your head just automatically break. So like if I managed to get underneath that third crate on top, it would have broken once it landed on my head. I do kind of like the granularity of which I can break crates and stacks though. It seems like if I'm just standing next to a stack of crates and spin, I usually just break the one at the very bottom. But if I actively move, if I'm like moving toward the stack of crates, then I can actually break multiple crates at once because I'm like pushing into them with the spin. So that's nice that there are times where you'll only want to break maybe one or two crates out of a stack to be able to use the height of the stack to be able to get to other crates. There was an example of that in a previous level. I don't remember exactly where it was. But like there's a stack of crates with a bouncing arrow crate at the top. We want to make sure that we're able to actually use the bouncing crate to get up to some other areas. So now it's time for Hang 'em High. A new level aesthetic. If anybody likes Aladdin, we got that kind of aesthetic going on here. I guess what would it be? Arabian aesthetic? These stages, the stages that are set up with this particular visual design, I remember being some of the most challenging levels for me when I was younger. So I'm curious to see if that still holds up. Alright, new mechanic. Grate climbing. We've got scorpions walking on these grates, just kind of patrolling the pathways. I also love his face. Like, look at Crash's face. Just like, what is he? He's like constantly worried he's gonna fall, I guess. I mean, fair enough. We are quite a ways up. Lots of unique enemy designs here, though. We'll see some of them as we go through. The reason I'm not moving forward while I'm explaining this is because I think we're gonna get our first look at invincibility here. We have our level 2 Aku Aku mask. We're about to grab a level 3. Oh yeah, we get a speed boost, 100%. Boom. Don't have to spin or anything. You just automatically break crates, automatically destroy enemies. And yeah, speed boost. I could definitely feel the speed boost right away. Yeah, while we're up here, you can just jump again to jump down. You can still spin while you're up here, and you can use the crouch button to pull yourself up so that your legs aren't dangling down. I'm sure they're going to make use of that later. One thing to make note of whenever you're spinning on these grates, unlike when you're walking around on foot and you can just you can spin while you're moving, you are not able to move while spinning if you're on these grates. So if you're in these hanging areas, make sure that you're careful about when and where you're spinning. Because while you're spinning, you have no control over your movement. So do be mindful of that. Now these are a bit of a trap, so I'm just gonna let them blank out. Oh, I can't let them blank out. They actually turn into iron crates. I did not remember that. The stakes for those are higher than I thought. Fair enough. You want a TNT block there, because that can activate the iron crate below, which gives you your bounce. So these bonus stages actually contain some pretty interesting puzzles. I did forget that they turn into iron crates if you let them go for too long. So that is a bummer. And once you've done the stage once, unless you go back to a previous checkpoint, I think, then you can't go back. They're a one-time deal. So we'll have to keep that in mind for the next time we run through this stage to try and grab those. a little quicker next time. Just go around that guy. Delicate operation. Try not to hit the nitro. Did not see Mr. Scimitar Swinger over there. Sorry, buddy. I need to get through. His shoes flying up. So, fun thing about nitro boxes, I forgot. Occasionally, if they're on top of other crates, occasionally they'll kind of like bounce a little bit. So, be cautious when trying to jump over stacks that have a nitro crate in them. Yeah, those two boxes were the only ones that I missed. Oh well, shouldn't be too hard to clean it up next time. I'm not gonna worry too much about it right now. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Now it's time for what is usually shown on like the box art for the game. So the box art for Crash Bandicoot Warped features Crash on a motorcycle in like this biker uniform, his biker outfit. These stages used to give me a lot of trouble when I was younger as well. Just because these are some of the stages where you just kind of have to memorize them, some of the later stages, to know where all the crates and the pitfalls are, and that sort of thing. And you also have to be fast enough to get first place if you're wanting to grab the crystal. So you can't just take your time. I got the gem, but I was not fast enough to get the crystal. So that's kind of an interesting dilemma. At least we got the gem though. Get that taken care of. We'll just go right back in because we need that crystal. Win first place in order to earn the power crystal. I can't remember if there is a bit of a starting turbo system. So probably what you'll want to do is just take multiple run-throughs of a stage, of these stages. Because if you want to get the crystal, you're gonna have to take tighter lines. I don't know if taking the ramps actually is faster. But you want to take the tightest lines you can. Just try to cut as many corners as possible. Steering while you're in that turbo mode can be a little tricky. You kind of have to really dedicate yourself to the turn. Excuse me, don't chip the paint on my bike, please. You can make some stronger turns while you're still in that turboed state. You just have to like hold the direction for a while, and you'll start to turn more sharply. And getting used to doing that is going to be the key to some of the later stages, I think. But now let's go into a Pharaoh's Tomb style stage.
Dingodyle's the name, and Uka and Cortex gave me orders to bring the crystal to them during the Ice Ages. So give me the goods and shove off, or I'll roast yous.
Ah, Dingodyle's the name. Also, notice that tooltip said unlocking different paths by earning colored gems elsewhere. So those clear gems that we've been getting are just general collectible rewards. Also, lovely hieroglyphics here. But the colored gems hold a little bit more significance. They'll actually open up pathways for us in other stages. Now, I don't know what this stuff is, if it's like oil or something, but it's slippery. So you've got some real slidey physics, even when you jump. So be mindful of those darker patches there. And whenever one of those doors opens up, be prompt. Now this is trap flooring. You want to make sure not to step on the scarabs, because I believe those platforms fall if you stand on them. So try not to step on any of the scarab tiles. I also love the like theme changes that are respective to each stage. Like this stage gets like a specifically like Egyptian themed version of the theme. Okay, sliding just immediately blows it up. I wasn't sure if sliding on top of the crate would be a problem. Worth a try, I suppose. Never know what'll happen unless you try it, right? Not like we're far away from it anyway, and not like it really punishes us too severely. It is a bonus stage. On that token, I suppose I could have purposefully failed that other bonus stage back in the prior level to try and get those crates again. But we'll need to be going back there at some point anyway. But let's see. I want to break one crate and then do my duck jump to get up here and grab this. Because we need to bounce off that top crate in the stack before the TNT goes off. Because the bounce is the only way for us to safely get enough height and distance to get up there. So there we go. Bonus stage complete. Racking up a good number of lives, which is definitely good. That causes this platform to start moving. Just kind of start getting a feel for how the Hey buddy, how you doing? Alrighty. And we got this guy. Who just drops those like stone pillars toward us that slide along the oil. Now, this may not be super clear at first, but don't step into where the light is showing. there's like light shining on the floor. Try to avoid stepping in those areas. There's a little bit of signposting, like you can see the impact marks on the wall to the right. You can see the dart shooters in the wall to the left pretty clearly. But the thing that I think is the least clear here is when and how they trigger. So just don't walk in the bright spotlights. So I believe that's the areas that they'll trigger. So here, just want to jump straight across. And we have a purple gem path over there that we can't do anything about right now. So some stages will have these split paths. It's not super frequent, but we need a purple gem to open that area. So this is a stage that we literally cannot fully explore the first time we come through. That's why I'm basically already like, yeah, we're gonna need to come back to these stages later. Let me time this here. Ooh, almost didn't make that jump. Alright, what are we looking at here? Okay. I'll wait for the platform to come back. Because this is one of those platformers where the amount of time you hold the jump button matters. Just tapping it will give you a short hop. Holding it gives you a bit of a longer jump. The same thing applies to bouncing off of things. If you don't hold the jump button, you'll just do a little bit of a bounce. But if you hold the jump button, you'll bounce a lot higher. I don't know if I can go around that way. I'm gonna just take the jump over the pit. Jump up the stairs here. This is a bit of an interesting conundrum, because these are moving quite a lot faster. Or at least they pick up some speed once they get going. But you're gonna want to do some you're gonna want to do some tall jumps off of them to get up to the crates above you. Watch the flamethrower. I don't know why they have a flamethrower here. Just shooting flames across the hallway. Seems like a questionable practice to me. So yeah, you see the platform's gone now, because I accidentally grazed the scarab tile just a little bit. Let's see. Alright, these just kind of go back and forth. This goes here. Alright. So yeah, there's a lot of crates that we didn't get, because a lot of them are on the purple gem path. So not a whole lot we can really do about that right now. We'll wrap back around to that later. Yeah, that is something I didn't point out in the Hang 'em High level. There is a yellow gem here, shown in the list of things we can acquire up at the left there. I don't remember how we get it. But for now, we're just gonna focus on the power crystals. Get those first. Make our progress through the main run through of the game. And then we'll come back to collectibles a little later. One thing I did forget about the running here is I forgot that running does actually let you break through certain obstacles. That's pretty good to know. Grab that. Through certain obstacles. I don't know which ones. And I'm not keen to experiment to find out. Grab that. Jump. I want to bounce off this guy because there's some crates up here. Oops, I over jumped that. And I grabbed the checkpoint so I can't go back. Oh well. We'll likely be coming back to this stage anyway for time trials and such. So not a huge deal if we don't grab every crate. I kind of wonder if it's possible to get the all crates gem during the time trial. That's a devious box right there because there's the barrel right immediately after. So sometimes the developers like to play some mean little tricks like that. But once you learn them, it'll be like, haha, I know your tricks now. And then they'll come out with another one, and it's like, oops. Turns out I wasn't prepared for that one. See, I missed a few crates here and there, but not a problem. 'Cause that's the nice thing, is we can always play the stage again. Nothing preventing us from doing that. Except for the first time when a boss shows up. Then you kind of have to, deal with the boss first. But, beyond that... Beyond that, the stages are infinitely replayable.
Right. Now you've gone and done it. Them crystals are mine.
Time for our second boss fight.
Break out the butter. I'm gonna make toast.
Now, this boss has a little bit more of a strategy component to it. I have to remember how this fight functions. Alright. So he tries to anticipate where you're going. And he'll shoot flames ahead of you. But in shooting flames at you, he will also break these crystals, like crystal walls. So you want to try to get him to break enough of those that you can get through, and then make your way out before he explodes. Oops. Was not paying attention to where he was pointing. Alright. So yeah, he's a bit more complicated than fighting Tiny. Tiny was pretty straightforward. Mainly just want to keep an eye on Dingodile here and watch when he's preparing to start shooting flames again. Particularly in Phase 3, it seems like he starts up a little faster than I was prepared for. Also try to get him between his shots, rather than approaching him when he's preparing one. There we go. And now we get a double jump. So now we can jump twice. Now we're not quite as reliant on crate bouncing to get up to higher places. So that's pretty handy. And since we beat another boss, we now have access to the next area. I am going to save before we do that. Nice thing is we get a percentage counter so we can tell how far along we are. Got 18% so far. And yes, the double jump does work with the slide jump, so you can get some insane height now. But now, it's off to Dynamite. Heading back to a prehistoric time.
Well, haven't we gotten far for a pair of fuzzy marsupials? I am Dr. Nefarious Tropy, master of time and the creator of the very time twister machine you see before you. Uka Uka and Dr. Cortex have sent me to end this little charade, so you won't be leaving my area with the crystals. I swear it.
And so that's where the name of the collection and all that sort of stuff comes from, why it's called the N Sane Trilogy, is because of entropy. That is the joke of his name, is it's entropy because he's a time character. So, check out these cute little dudes. They look awfully familiar, don't they? And that move that they're pulling off also looks very familiar. So, be mindful that these guys have a spin move, just like you do. Try to catch them in between their spins if you can. They will also match where you move, so they will be blocking your path. You have to deal with them one way or the other. No, you stop that, Mr. Mudman. Here's another see-through platform. And if you look at the design of it, it does look a little gem-like, doesn't it? Another example of something that we will need one of the colored gems to be able to access later. But first, we have this egg. What could it possibly mean? Well, in true Crash Bandicoot fashion, let's just pop it open and see. We've got a little rideable baby dino. We can move pretty fast while we're on him. We also don't have to spin crates to break them. In fact, we don't have a spin at all. We can dismount them by crouching. They've got a nice tall jump. Yeah, very helpful little buddy here. Particularly for breaking through a bunch of crates at once. And he's also not slowed down by grass, which is also incredibly nice. But he doesn't like leaving swampy areas. And taking a look at this place, I can hardly blame him. I'm gonna bounce off this top one first. Just get some practice on the crate bouncing. So you can see if we don't hold the jump button, we just barely undercut this this block here. But if we hold the jump button and while we're bouncing, we can hit it. And also get a nice little bridge over this nitro crates. 39 lives. We're doing pretty good on lives. Definitely racking up quite a few. Alright, another steel reinforced crate. We know what to do with those. Smash right through them. Smash and or crash directly through. Also worth noting, when you do the body slam, you do gain a little bit of extra height. You cannot body slam out of a double jump though. That is something that is impossible to do. That double jump, so when you jump, you have the choice to either double jump or body slam. It seems you cannot do both. Oh boy. It's time for another chase segment. You want to take advantage of these little water streams that you see, because they'll let you run a little faster. Give you a little burst speed forward. So try to take them whenever you can. I'm greedy and I want all the crates, so I will sacrifice lives to get it. My own, of course. Though there are times where it can make a lot of sense to just run through a level one time as like a scouting mission. Oh, also, you know, we have that whole extra platform area that we couldn't go to, so going back to get that crate was pointless. It can be helpful to just run through a stage once to grab the power crystal and just kind of take in the environment. Just kind of look around and get used to where everything is. That way, when you go back and go for, you know, all the crates or time trials or things like that, you already know how the level is laid out. So then you can just work with that knowledge under your belt rather than pure reaction time like during those chase segments. It's time for us to go back underwater. The red gem is in here somewhere. Backtrack to find the special gem. Now that is useful, because I don't think I would have thought to backtrack. And I don't know exactly what that will mean for us. Like, I don't know when we have to backtrack. I guess we'll have to see. It says backtrack to find the special gem, but I assume we have to make it through the stage to some degree first. Nice thing about the submersible is we can take out the nitro crates as we go, rather than just purely having to avoid them. Watch out for the coral. head down here. Watch out for the mines. Watch out for the eels. Now these are fun. Because they actually hurt. The current that they generate is so strong it actually hurts to swim through it. So basically think of those as water lasers, more or less. Be careful of the pufferfish. Grab these crates. I feel like those upper and lower bands used to be uncovered. I could be mistaken. I feel like I remember those being an active threat. Also, these do slightly pull you in, so taking the time to do the quick swimming past them, just mashing the jump button to swim past is probably a good idea. Also, a bit of a mystery here. A mysterious fill-in crate that we don't have the ability to do anything with directly, since there's no activation switch nearby. But keep that in mind. Take our submersible. Grab our crate here. Break all of these crates here. Just kind of keep forward. Nothing that can really be done about these fans, unfortunately. I could navigate through all the nitro, but if you don't really care about every single lump of fruit, it's safer to just get rid of the crates. Well. Oh, I see. So we got this activation here. So now, if we head back to where we saw those other crates before, there was that one fill-in crate that we couldn't do anything about earlier. So if we head back down to where that was, I'm gonna wait for a good cycle here. Through. If we head back to where that fill-in crate was, since we had an activation block, there is now TNT, which should blow up the other TNT, dropping the crates and letting us pass through. Thankfully, they're nice enough to give us a checkpoint here. Just watch the pufferfish. There are some kind of hidden. Watch out for those nitro crates as well. And these. Just take your time, focus on navigation, and you should be okay. Deal with you. Now this is a bit of a conundrum. Just go straight through. Just spin and go straight through. Because you do not want to be caught underneath TNT blocks. Alright, watch these. Ah, caught me. That's unfortunate. Well, we know what we're up against. We see where the end is. So it's just a matter of navigating. I just wasn't quite decisive enough with moving through. Wait for the shark to go away, just so I don't accidentally run into them. Let those blow up. Get with you. Okay, as soon as that one's gone, just go. That, we get the clear gem for getting all the crates, and our first colored gem. We got ourselves a red gem. So in one of the other stages in the game, one of those wireframe platforms that we could just see through and also walk through could now be a solid red gem platform. And that will take us on an alternate path, kind of like the bonus levels. Kind of like the question mark platforms take us to bonus levels. And we'll need to explore those places to be able to get all the crates in a stage. Thank goodness for loading screen tooltips, right? Otherwise I may not... I think I probably would have gone back to look at that anyway, but it's good to have a little bit of direction once in a while. To just be like, hey, if you're looking for something here, well, we'll give you a little hint. You might want to backtrack to get to check it out. It's nice to have a little bit of guidance there for people who need it. I feel like with that activation block at the end that I probably would have been able to put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, it's good that that's there. Now I see Twitch is gearing up to run another ad, so before we head into the next level, I'm just gonna let it take care of that. So, because I have to click outside of the game to do that, the game's gonna do a thing for a second, but I'll bring it right back. So, no worries there. Just giving a heads up. But yeah, I'll get this ad break taken care of, and then we'll hop into a nighttime Arabian level. So that should be fun. There's also the purple gem here if we can grab it. Remember, one of the prior stages, the Egyptian themed level had a purple gem door. So if we can find the purple gem here, we can go check out that door next time we go to that level. But let's get this ad taken care of real quick, so that it doesn't pop up in the middle of a level. So we will be right back. Oh, it is warm in here. Do be getting warm though. It's getting warm now, and I'm over warm. Let me just remedy that real quick. Hello everyone. Welcome back. I'm just working on trying to deal with the warmth in this room. Because, oh boy. Sometimes I forget just how much warmer the room gets whenever I'm streaming. Hard to say how much of it is just my metabolism shifting because I'm in a sort of like a different mode whenever I'm streaming. How much of it is the light that I've got going to make sure that I'm nice and visible. can be generating heat. The computer probably also generates more heat because it's being used more. It's running the game and streaming software and, you know, like other stuff at the same time. But yeah, I think it's high time we get into another stage.
So, you pesky little rats aren't going to back off, eh? Just you continue to gather crystals and see what I do.
And I look forward to it. He's actually got kind of an interesting boss fight. Also, fire. You like fire? Because they got fire. You can see the scorch marks on the bridge from where they to show where they actually throw the fire, which is awfully nice. It is good that they've got a healthy amount of signposting. Oh, hello. See, I wasn't expecting you to be right there. So that was just a little bit awkward. Just as I was talking about good signposting. They're really taking advantage of the immediate bounce up to catch people off guard, I guess. No, that is up to their discretion. They are the ones that are making the game, after all. I don't know, I always feel a little hesitant about stacks, just in case there's some like nitro crate shenanigans going on in there. Excuse me. I have to wait a moment before actually hitting that enemy a second time, because they do have a little bit of invincibility frames. So I'll just bounce off of them if I try to hit them too early. It won't hurt me, but I won't be able to actually hurt them either. So yeah, sliding on top of crates will break crates that are underneath you as you're sliding. Okay, grab these. Catch a ride. Head up to a bonus level. And we get the Arabian version of the bonus level music. Get an extra life there, break these. Now this one's a bit of an interesting situation, because you can grab that with a high double jump, where you do the high jump and then double jump out of it. But another way you could get it, I think if you break the top crate here first and then bounce off of this lower crate, you should be able to get enough bounce height to hit it that way too. But I'm not gonna mess around with these because I'd rather not fall. So I'm just gonna break them with the super body slam. I don't care about the Wumpa Fruit so much that I would want to redo the bonus level. I'd rather just grab the crates and go. It's easy enough to revisit past stages and farm up extra lives that way anyway. Not like it's super difficult to do. Now, this is a new platform. It is a skull and crossbones platform. I think this only shows up if you either haven't taken damage or haven't died. And this is like a more challenging route. I don't know if there's any crates here or if this is purely bonus. Because I never got to these stages very often when I was younger for probably obvious reasons. I'm just gonna wait one more cycle. I think I should be able to make it on the platform. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. This is gonna be an interesting one. Slide, jump. Okay. You can also hear the music for this area is a little more intense to indicate the higher difficulty for this zone. Let me see how long that carpet takes to come back. Okay. I should be able to make the next one. Alright. Oh, the purple gem. And that does just immediately take you out of the stage. But I'd rather have the purple gem, because we can always go back for the crates later. We did grab the power crystal before that, which is good design on their part. That they put that purple gem route after the power crystal. So that you're not forced to replay the stage just to go get the power crystal. That's good design. Time for another biker level. Here we go. Road Crash. Accelerate just before the green light for a boost. Okay. Okay, not that before. Now, I usually like to go kind of opposite order for these. I like to go for the crates first, and then go for the crystal after. So I can use the crate round to try and scout out the route for the power crystal, like which turns are coming up and how to grab them. And I already missed some crates, so I'm just gonna use this as a scouting mission at this point. I love how they can just jump the gap. So yeah, if you hold a turn for a while, you'll start to kind of drift. That's gonna be a tough one to hit all the crates. And that sort of drifting move is gonna be important for some turns later. So yeah, this stage is definitely a lot longer than the first racing stage. I have a feeling that hitting the brakes is also going to be important. And also knowing where all those are. Thankfully, we had an Aku Aku mask. Gonna be a heck of a stage, though. Even just getting the crates is gonna be tough. Let alone getting first for the power crystal. But at least it gives you a quick retry. So you can just hop right back to the beginning here. Provided you didn't grab grab a collectible. So if you do manage to get the crate gem, then it does take you back to the time twister so that you can save that progress. The other thing that's kind of a little scary about these stages the first time is there are no checkpoints. Since you have to do it all in one go as a race, there is no checkpoints. That right there. I can't reverse, otherwise I would. And the game literally will not let me drive backwards. And there's no option to restart from the menu. So that's unfortunate. So I gotta remember that jump. The thing that's tough about that jump too is that there's a boost panel right before it. And that boost panel makes it very difficult to realign your trajectory midair. So we missed 3 containers there. Let me see if we can get the power crystal. Let's just focus on that. Since we've played through the course a couple times, I know generally where we're going. Let's just focus on taking tight corners, trying to cut out as much, travel area as possible. So just trying to take this turn a little tighter, ignoring the crates, just focusing on taking tighter corners, sticking to the sides a little more. Yeah, that jump can be a little tricky to realign. Take the off-road a little bit to try to slow myself down so I can actually realign myself. So now we're in first. So we're in a decent spot. Basically all we need to do is just do some semi-decent cornering and we'll be okay. Just try to avoid the pitfalls, because there are a bunch of them. Okay, so we got the power crystal, so we can come back for the crates another time. And that guy wasn't too far behind. I also like the vandalized speed limit sign that normally says speed limit 55, now it says speed limit 155. Alright, so that's that stage taken care of for the time being. Now it's time for double header.
Well, you've crashed a few parties before, but I never expected you to make it this far. If you don't turn back...
I will inflict 1,000 years of suffering on you and the entire universe!
Notice how Uka Uka is kind of forcing himself onto Cortex's face there. Oh, by the way, this is why the stage is called Doubleheader. Because of these guys. They're big. They're pretty consistently attacking. So, be mindful of their attack area. They don't move to chase you or anything, so... If you're mindful of their attack timing, you can just kind of skirt around them. Oh, I bounced off them. Not often that I actually do that. Now here's something where you could go for that extra life if you want to, but it's a bit risky. I'm personally not going to take that risk. I'm just going to make sure the crates blow up. Yep, okay. I don't need one extra life so badly that I'm willing to risk damage for it. I'll just let that one blow up. Take that, because that one's out of range. Worth noting, the TNT only starts its activation. Oh, I need to deal with this. I hear the roulette and I need to take action. I don't want them turning into the steel crates that I cannot break no matter what. These only activate their countdown if they fall onto another crate. If they fall onto the ground, their countdown doesn't start. And another small note, I don't think I've mentioned about those bouncy Wumpa crates. If you just break them, like by spinning or body slamming, they don't give you any Wumpa fruit. The only way to get the Wumpa fruit from them is to bounce on them, or to hit them from underneath in the case of ones that are above. But spinning them will just break them without dropping anything. They'll still count toward your crate progress, of course, but you won't get any Wumpa fruit for your trouble. In case that matters to anybody playing. As long as you're regularly breaking the crates that are around, you're probably not going to have very much trouble coming across plenty of Wumpa fruit. These crates are everywhere. So there's plenty of Wumpa fruit to be had in pretty much every stage. So yeah, we want to do a tall double jump, a high double jump over that stack so we don't set off the TNT. So we can activate that container and use this bouncing crate to grab those way up in the air. Oh. Maybe they don't activate if they only fall one crate's worth of distance. Interesting. Hello, Bless. Welcome on in. Yeah, it was a bit of a unusual case moving my stream to today, but I didn't want to wait a week to get into Crash Bandicoot here, so I figured moving the stream one day over would be okay, and a preferable alternative to just waiting a whole extra week. But hello, welcome on in. Have you done any more Fortniting since we broke in the new season? little bit of steel crate action here to help give people some extra height to jump over him. I might be on right now. I did see your status was playing Fortnite. But yeah, how's that going? Make any new discoveries on like what weapons are really good and that sort of stuff? Possibly more importantly, any fun new locations you found? Because that's something that's really interesting right now, is that the locations toward the center of the map are so different now. With like the center of the island getting torn open into like a wild, swampy jungle area. I'm so sad I never got to play this game as a kid. Yeah, I got in with Crash 2 was my first one, which, considering where my skill level was at as a youngin', probably for the best I didn't start with the first game, because boy, I think the difficulty may have crushed me. And that's why we're starting with the third game in the series and working our way backwards, because I am not prepared for Crash 1 levels of difficulty. Oh, you figured out how to open the temple. Nice. So you figured out like a consistent way to open it now, so it's not just like, throw items at it, see what happens. See if it accepts our offering. Ooh, boss time. Dr. Entropy. Entropy.
You little vermin are way too stupid to understand what you're getting yourselves into. This time, you've done it!
Have we now? Have we really?
Now you're on my time, you little skunk. Give me the crystals.
All right, so you get some platform to move around with. We got some dodging to do, and then he's exhausted. We gotta go over and we gotta give him a little spin. Jump over, jump over, jump over, jump over, and new platforms. And clock him again. Well, I didn't double jump, which is what I wanted to do. You have to jump over the red clocks, and you have to stay on the ground for the blue clocks. But I love how the stage actually has like all these tuning forks and stuff set up. And that's like how he's sending those like laser attacks at you.
But yours soon will be too.
Well, we beat him. Yeah, this is a like a remastered version of the games. The originals, they look like they're from the PS1 era. They've got that PS1 charm to them. But now we have the Death Tornado Spin, which not only means that our spin, we can do our regular spin just by tapping the button, but we can also press it a bunch of times to do an extended spin. And there's a couple of different levels of extension that we can do. But not only that, it also lets us glide. You can basically hover in the air using our extended spin. And that will help a lot with platforming. Not only for lining up our landings, but also for crossing large gaps.
Insignificant morons! By defeating entropy, you have placed us all in grave danger!
Crash, Coco, you must realize that this time twister machine is very delicate. Without Dr. Entropy's constant care and control, who knows what it will do?
Well, maybe you shouldn't have sent him to stop me. Take the crystals away from me. Maybe that was a bad call on your part. I don't know, just a thought. Gotta say, we're up to 49 lives already. Let me look at this. There's this temple you have to light specific flames for. Oh. Oh, I see. So there's like a puzzle temple. Yeah, there's open with the boomerang just fine. Okay. That makes sense. Alright, Sphinxinator. And a new adversary awaits us at the end of this chain of levels. This level has a blue gem path. We don't have the blue gem yet, I don't think. No, we have the red and the purple. We do not have the blue. We also have a split path here. One path has crates. The other one, I don't see any crates right off the bat. But these levels can be kind of interesting because one of the things they've asked you to do if you want to really like complete them is go through one path, grab all the crates on one path, and then backtrack. So navigate the same path backwards and then go down the other path. Or try to navigate the other path backwards. If you can find where it connects. Excuse me. Just wait for those to close. Yeah, so these stages are particularly interesting when it comes to full completion. So I'm definitely not going to worry about getting all crates on these Egyptian-themed levels on our first time through. Just mainly going to go for the gems, or the power crystal rather. Then we will come back another time to explore the alternate paths, especially since they did tell us specifically that we need a blue gem for this, because that does not exist for us to use until we actually have the blue gem in our possession. So we need to find the blue gem in a different level and come back. And I'll wait for this to pop through. And we'll move along. Dropping boxes. Make sure to use the slide to get a little through those oil areas a little faster. We'll just go along here. Excuse me. All right, power crystal and bonus stage. Let's see where this takes us. Like the bunch of Wumpa fruit there. We'll let the rest of that just blow up on itself. Now, it looks like we'll need to bounce off the TNT up here to grab that. The rest of that, we'll just let it blow up. We can do a high double jump to avoid setting off the TNT, so we can just casually grab that extra life rather than having to race against the clock for it. Those blow themselves up. Don't body slam too quickly here. You might body slam straight into TNT if you're not careful. Make sure that if you're gonna body slam, do it on the solid area, so that you don't accidentally body slam into the TNT block. That would be unfortunate. Because, as I imagined, you all would probably understand, body slamming TNT does not usually bode well. Knock him straight into the pit. Monkey in a jar. Jar monkey. Alright, I don't care about all that Wumpa fruit, so I'm just gonna let this blow up. I'd rather play it safe. But when it comes to completing this game, there's only so much room for playing it safe. Oh, nice. The blue gem path does not contain any crates, I guess, and neither did that left side path. I wonder what that means then. I wonder what's on that left path. If there weren't any crates, and the blue gem platform was on the path we took, I wonder if maybe there's a... Well, there's another clear gem in this level, so I guess that would be what's down there. I won't worry about that right now, though, because we've got a new level type. Bye-bye blimps. This is another vehicle stage. A little bit different, though. We're in a plane this time. I need to invert the vehicle controls so that up is down and down is up. We got our machine gun, and we've got these blimps that we need to shoot down. We've also got these enemy planes shooting at us, taking our health down. So it can be advantageous to take them out. Especially because they're gonna be whittling you down, so you may as well return the favor. If you can break the crates that have a health balloon attached to them, you'll get some of your health back. So that's nice. Definitely a very unique stage type. Not very many of these exist in a 3D platformer. How many 3D platformers really stray from 3D platforming? So that's one thing that's kind of nice about Crash Bandicoot, is that they introduced a lot of variety, particularly in this entry. Because Crash 1 and 2 definitely stuck more strictly to third-person platforming. But with this game, they definitely took all sorts of different directions. You got jet skis, motorbikes, you got planes, you got some 3D levels, you got some 2D levels, underwater, some auto runners. Pretty interesting stuff. Where's the last crate? Oh, it's behind the other blimp. Okay, you also have a little aileron roll that you can perform to minimize some of the incoming damage from these guys shooting at you. Got all the crates, only 11 of them. Not a very complex stage. Just a little flavor of something different. But hello, Jay. Welcome on in as well. How have you been doing in the new Fortnite season since we broke it in? I heard you guys figured out a temple that had a fire puzzle. Like a torch-based puzzle. Now, speaking of jet ski stages, there's one right now. Back-to-back vehicle stages.
So, Crash Bandicoot, we meet again. Uka Uka and Dr. Cortex want me to teach you a lesson. Well, I made a few modifications to my mechanics since our last encounter. So back off or be deleted.
And that is N Jin. That is his name. First initial N, last name Jin. Oh man, I'm getting flashbacks hearing the music of the stage. Been enjoying it so far. Our play definitely rekindled the fun. That's the thing, that's why I often don't play the game on my own. I usually just play it whenever we all are playing it. Because it's just so much more fun when it's like multiple people and we can kind of embrace the chaos. It's a lot harder for me to kind of embrace the chaos in solo play, because there's not a lot of margin for error. It's like if I mess up, that's it. But in a group, we can kind of like pick each other up and reposition. Hello? Since when was the seagull a hazard? Last time it just flew off and wasn't a problem. And yeah, that probably is a painful head accessory. I hazard to guess that he didn't put it there on purpose. That it's just kind of something he has to live with. So I guess I have to be careful around these. Wait, Seagull's not there now. Where did it go? Now I'm really confused. Take these crates. Just gonna try to get around this. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh yeah, this guy's swinging an anchor. Because, I mean, what else do you do with an anchor other than just swing it around in a circle? Grab that checkpoint, thank you very much. And we go for this. Turn around. Oh, I can see the end of the stage over there. Turn myself around. Try to make sure that bomb isn't right underneath us. I'll just go around this way. Oh boy. These guys are a little quick. Got good rowing skills. There's 3 extra lives over there. I don't need extra lives so badly that I would want to figure out how to get to those specifically. Let's grab these crates. Good music, though. That's one thing that's fun about these games, is that they do have a decent diversity of musical styles. And, like, all the songs are good. Some of them stick in my mind more than others, just because they're, like this one's a particular standout, not only because it's a good song, but also because I think I used to have a lot of trouble with these stages when I was younger, so I heard these songs a lot for these the jet ski stages. Go away, seagull. I don't want you pulling no shenanigans on me again. 43 out of 61. So yeah, that's one thing that's pretty notable between the first and the second time that you see stage types in this game. The second time through, the stages are usually a good fair bit longer. So they really are just like starting out in the shallow end of the pool to start off, just to be like, oh yeah, here's a game mode, here's how it works. Get used to the controls and all that. What kind of hazards you can expect to see in the stage. And then they give you a nice long level to be like, okay, you know what you're looking for? You know how to get around stuff? Prove it. Still missing 5 crates somewhere. I'm not gonna worry about it. Probably heading off in some off the beaten path corner. But we got our power crystal, and that's all we're really aiming for right now. That's our primary goal. Come back to the other stuff later. Future Frenzy. Well, we're getting a future stage a little early. Oh yeah, Future Frenzy. This was one that was listed as like a bonus specific to the remake, the trilogy remake. Was this like an unused level in the game or something? Perhaps? Because it's like Stormy Ascent and Future Frenzy. It like showed them very specifically as like bonus things. So I have no idea. This does feel early to have one of these futuristic style stages. So something tells me this might have been like either a bonus level that they made for the remake, or was something that was used in the original that they then remade and included. Okay, just trying to figure out my timings here. Yeah, we'll go through there. Yeah, a very different aesthetic from pretty much everything else that we've seen up to this point. We've got these platforms that carry us to another section of the level. That's their way of transitioning between 3D and 2D sections for the future stages. Anything up there? No. So with these guys, you don't want to run into the front of them, even while spinning, because that orange glowy stuff will hurt. So with these guys, you either want to jump on top of them, or just avoid them altogether. Also, don't stand on those for too long. They'll flip over. Looks like they just do that occasionally. Keep an eye on these guys. I'll always avoid orange glowy stuff. But what if it's slurp juice? You can't avoid the slurp juice. It's too important. Interesting. I don't remember seeing these before. Yeah, the slap juice. Yeah. This is why in life there are oftentimes not absolutes. You just slide right under that. These guys are fun. Just make sure not to touch them when they're orange and glowy. Let that go. I think it's gonna get him. Wahoo! 38 out of 133. There's a lot of crates in this stage. Just grab those. Watch out for these turning over. Ooh. I cut that a little close on the timing. Jump over these, I guess. Didn't really matter. I need to blow them up anyway. Do the high jump, grab you. And it might be kind of easy to miss this bonus platform that's right here, since it's right at the bottom of the screen. But it's there. And we get our futuristic version of the bonus level theme. Nice of them to give us these little signposts to be like, hey, here's what ability you need to use here. You might want to try using your double jump. You might want to try using your double jump, followed by the tornado. Why, thank you, game. That is very important. That tornado is a really, really nice comfort ability to have. That's something that'll be very much missed as we go into previous titles. We're not going to have all these abilities and stuff in the second and the first games when we get to those. See how bouncy those nitro containers can be? Keep an eye on those. You don't want to get caught off guard by them. Oof. Still gotta work on my timing for double jumps, it seems. So there was another path somewhere along the way that we didn't take that had a lot of crates. But like I've already said, not too worried about that. We got our power crystal. That lets us progress through the main game at least. And there we go. Kids, don't eat crystals. I would hope that I don't have to tell you to not eat crystals. But don't eat crystals. Also, Tomb Waiter. Gotta love these titles. A special gem lies at the end of the death route. Oh boy. So that's what they're called. Death routes. Deal with the giant scarab. Alright. So, in true platformer fashion, Crash Bandicoot cannot swim. So you want to be careful. If the water starts to rise, You better be getting out of the way. Because if you get too submerged in the water, you will not be able to swim out of it. That does not blow up the other one. Okay. So just be mindful of the tide of the water. And time your approach accordingly. Now this guy will block you. So you'll want to slide through him. Alright, here's our bonus stage. So let's go ahead and see what we got going on over yonder way. Something tells me I may want to do this first. Then hit this, yeah. There we go. You can bounce off these. I'm just gonna do tall bounces off of these so that I can prepare for when they break. That way I'm not caught off guard. Alright, similar thing here. Grab these. Oops. I did not do my tornado jump. I thought I'd be able to make it. Thankfully, it's a bonus stage. So death has no consequence there. We can just try it again. Just go back in. Give it another try. Grab these. Yeah, I couldn't tell because of the sheer amount of shine on that top block, but that actually is an activation block that fills in these wireframe boxes. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pretty simple. Now that is what you don't want to do if you want the extra life. But I'm fine. Just blowing it up. Should still get all the crates regardless. Yeah. We've got plenty of extra lives as it is. I mean, 63 once the Wumpa Fruit gets counted up here. But yeah. Ooh, watch that water level. Grab a mask here. Some more bouncing setup. Alright. Wait for the water level. Let's see here. Let me just grab these real quick. Get out, get out. Ooh, that was close. Just get on here. May as well grab the extra life while we're waiting. Alright, here's the death route. Set a special gem lies back here, right? I mean, if we've got access to it, we may as well try it. There's an activation block that created another activation block. That creates a platform over there. I'm just gonna play this slow. No reason to play this risky. Okay, we got a bouncy dude and a shield dude, and then a gap leading to the next set of platforms there. I'm gonna deal with these guys, and then head back to this one, because I'm not sure I had time to get to that other one. Yeah, like that was a straight run. Alright. Let me peek ahead at what's coming up. Okay, there's a gap right there. Where is that gap? It's right before the door. Okay, open it. Get up here. Okay. Can't really see down that way too far. Ooh boy, that was close. Alright, let me take a peek at what's through the door. Alright, it's just the door and then the stairs. Alright, nice. We got our special gem for getting through the death route. I think I prefer to get those out of the way, because I feel like the crate gem is going to be easier than that, or at least simpler. But hey, blue gem. We did not make it to the power crystal, however, so we are going to have to play the stage again. Because this time the death route was placed before the power crystal. But now we have the blue gem. So back in that other stage where there was a blue gem platform that we couldn't use, now we can totally do that. If we so choose. But since we already got the crate gem from that stage, I wonder what the point of that stage is. Like, where does that platform lead? Well, I suppose sometime we'll find out. Alright, bounce, bounce. Go over the gap. Excuse me. Pardon me. I'm gonna do the bonus level again, since it is part of getting the crate gem if we want to try to go for that. Alright. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Grab each of these, and then do our high double jump to get up here. High double jump to Death Tornado. We let this blow up all the rest of the crates that are here. And we're good. And this time we got the extra life. So we are just rolling in the extra lives now. Which is definitely a good place to be. Better to have too many of them, and better to have them and not need them, than to need them and not have them. Grab an extra mask. Grab those crates. Not worried about grabbing individual Wumpa fruit. Just kind of hover over him. We got these crates here. I'm just gonna do that real quick. Grab the fruit and then come back up. because I'm gonna need time to deal with this shield man over here. Slide. Now, after the first time you grab those extra life boxes, it looks like they get replaced with a standard question mark crate. Alright, we're not taking the death route this time, because there's no need. Alright. I see our target. It's right here. Alright, we got a couple of pushers and the stairs. Try to avoid getting pushed into the pit. There's the power crystal. We've got that. Alright, I see we got a shield man right before the platform we need to reach. Slide through him. Just be right here. Nothing above us. Fair enough. Couple more crates. And a checkpoint. Nice, nice. Ooh, Shield Man. Shield Man McCool over here. Maybe I want to deal with him in the crate first. Oh, there's a couple of crates. And now all the crates are just on the way to the platform. I can just grab them like that. Perfect. Alright, give him. Grab some extra fruit there. Perfect. Alright, let's scout ahead. Alright, I see the platform we need to go to. We'll head there as soon as the water level goes back down. Is there anything above me here? No. Alright, TNT followed by a question mark there. Got those. We just head straight to here. Alright, we got the beetle. Get out of the water. And we got all the crates. Nice. Cleaned out that level pretty good. Alright, yeah, I think I'm getting back in the hang of it now. I think I'll be more prepared to tackle Crash 2 for sure, since I actually have some memory of that game's levels. But I don't think anything can really fully prepare me for Crash 1. That's gonna be a whole new beast for me, because I never played the original. And it's the hardest one in the series. It'll be interesting to see how that goes when we get to it. But before we jump into this boss fight, I see Twitch is getting ready to pop up another ad here. So we'll get that out of the way first. And then we'll take on Dr. N. Jin. Can anyone guess why his name is Dr. N. Jin? It's a really clever name. I mean, I think it's just part of the charm of the style of humor that it was at the time. But I appreciate it. It's definitely got that special kind of like 90s vibe to it. Like Dr. N Tropy, Dr. N Jin, Dr. Neo Cortex. Dingodile is the only like major character besides Tiny the Tiger that we haven't that isn't a doctor. We have a lot of doctors we're fighting against here. But yeah, I'm gonna let Twitch get this ad out of the way, and then we'll pop into the fight with Dr. Engine. So, we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. You know, that's another thing I thought of, that just as I was watching Crash's idle animations, how many games have idle animations like this anymore? Like, just very specific character-based animations that just, like, they tell you a little bit more about, like, how the character is and how they interact with their world. And just their general vibe. I don't think that's something that many people really do anymore. Oh, this time Coco's taking the fight.
So, you want to go a few rounds? When this is over, we'll see who is obsolete.
Dodging keeps you safe, but makes it harder to aim. So, yeah. So now we've got, like, a very different kind of flying stage. So anything that's got like this orange to it, this like yellow-orange kind of look to it, you'll want to, oops, that's a problem. You'll want to just keep taking shots at it. This is something where the original game had, like, it was more obvious that you were doing damage to certain components because it would like flash red when you were damaging stuff on him. They changed the visual cues to be a little more subtle. So now it like makes a little bit of noise and it starts to spark. Which I think is that's appropriate. It feels a little less gamey. Where it's like, oh, the weak spot's flashing red when I hit it. So maybe I should keep hitting it. Alright, powering up. We got tiger power now. Alright, deal with these, I want to keep moving, because I think if you sit still for too long, then that thing that's following will present a problem. I feel like it's still going to present a problem. There we go. No more problem presenting. Waiting for this to open up again. Finish that off. Then we could just focus on the missile launchers, which are pretty straightforward. They're just open occasionally and shoot out a missile. Not really much else to them. And there you go. So now we have a fruit bazooka. So now we have a fireable projectile. This is one that I definitely did not use very much at all when I originally played this game.
Funny how history repeats itself. Yet again, Engine has failed to defeat you.
me must destroy you!
Oh, my aching head. I'm not feeling myself these days. So the end is in sight. Gather another 5 crystals, and again you will have foiled my plan. Or will you?
Oh. Oh, what a twist! What a twist! Or will you? That's another 5 power crystals. Also, these images that are on the screen here, these are stages from previous, from the other Crash Bandicoot games prior to this one. Like, that's Crash 1. So there's some, like, Crash 1 levels being shown off. And then there's Crash 2. That's one of Crash 2's hub world areas. And the reason for that, my understanding, is that Coco is playable in the other 2 games as well. In this remake, this trilogy remake. And the way that they explain her presence is that she's using the time twister here to go back to those prior events to aid Crash in his journey. That's my understanding of how they explain it anyway. 69 lives, nice. Alright, heading up to Cortex now. We just gotta get through the future stages. Unlock a new path by earning the green gem elsewhere. Now, I'm pretty sure we don't have... Yeah, we don't have the green gem. And I don't remember what the other one is. Boink. Grab these. You know, this guy looks pretty mean. Thankfully, he makes a nice big target on himself once he's shot a few missiles. A little bit tricky there. Slug fires missiles, and then target. Oh yeah, we also have our little fruit bazooka, so we can hit enemies from a distance with this. It doesn't actually cost any Wumpa fruit, to my knowledge, to shoot this, so you could just shoot them if you really want to. It can also be kind of useful for breaking open these crates. They will still give you the reward for breaking them open. Grab this. An activation over there. Gotta remember I have this, because that can be a really good tool for playing it safe. Just hit it from a distance. That means we don't have to make a backwards jump over these conveyor belts to get back there. We can also hit things like this. And this. Still something else up there. Now, where is the activation for that one? Truly a fantastic question. Tackle these guys. Now, don't see the activation for this particular crate. I'm curious. Curious if we can find it. 'Cause there's something up there. Let's use the Death Tornado to kind of stick our landings. Ooh. Just kind of take my time looking back through. I don't see any other activation blocks yet. It's totally possible that it's like... Oh, hi. Forgot you were still here. Let me take care of you. Excuse me. Just kind of carefully feel my way back. Deal with you. This is fine. This is fine. Just keep feeling my way back, because I do want to take a look and see if I can figure out where is the activation block. Nothing back there. Alright, let's keep our eyes peeled as we head forward. Because there might be something just way off in the distance, since we have a long range... Since we have the bazooka now. We can actually shoot at distant objects. They may be hiding something like way off in the distance somewhere. Not really seeing anything. I would kind of think that they wouldn't have it too far away from where it would actually activate. So I would think they would maybe have it somewhere around here. Just trying to think of where. We activated this. Activated those. I don't see any other ones. Oh well. We'll come back to that later then, since I don't know where this activation block could be. I don't see anything out here. Thought maybe it'd be something back there, but no. I don't really see anything. Ah, secret for another time. A mystery yet to be solved. For now, we'll move on. Grab the power crystal. Boink, boink. So yeah, fruit bazooka, incredibly useful apparently. I don't remember ever using it very much when I was younger, but maybe I did and I just forgot, because dang, this is actually like very useful. Keep that TNT block. Don't want to break it yet, because there's going to be an activation block later that we can use to break the crates that are below that little iron crate area. Just duck underneath this. Oh, and we also have a bonus area. Let's check this out. Don't mind Crash, just kind of getting bumped around a little bit. that. That'll hit the block below. I'll give us something to land on. Want to check ahead. Sure, yeah, okay. We'll blow up the nitro crate. Another nice thing that we can do. Because, yeah, we couldn't get through this area if we weren't able to blow up the nitro that's in the way. Just kind of getting the player used to using the fruit bazooka, I suppose. I got no problem with teaching through design like that. Yeah. Only thing with the fruit bazooka is probably not going to see much use in when we time trial. Because you have to stop in place to use it. And time trials, you gotta go fast. There's the green gem path. I forgot about that too. Forgot that we need to head down that way at some point. So that very well may have some crates that we can't reach anyway. So even just missing that one at the beginning with a hidden activation block somewhere may not have been the one thing stopping us from getting the crate gem anyway. Just dodge these. Something told me that, like, I feel like a target would be able to be shot by a ranged weapon, but I suppose that's not the case. Either that or I didn't hit it in the right spot. No worries. They're not too difficult to deal with anyway. And yeah, that green gem path must have a bunch of crates or something. So we were missing much more than just one by the end of that. Oh boy, it's our third biker stage. Landing from a jump will cancel your boost. Yep. Let's go. Now this stage is interesting because the police cars actually move back and forth in this one. If anyone is familiar with Coconut Mall from Mario Kart Wii, then you'll definitely be familiar with the back and forth moving cars. Excuse me. Ooh, that's a sneaky crate location. Have it kind of like offset like that. Grab these. There's a boost behind there, but I'm not taking that. I'm interested in mainly learning the course and trying to get the crates. Ooh, that double though. Dodge that. I do not want to take that boost. It's gonna cause more trouble than it saves. Don't take the jump. Grab the crate. Grab that. Crate. Nice. We got both of them on the first try, too. Wow, that course went a lot smoother than the second one. Man, that's crazy. How much of a difference that was. But hey, we got it. also not nearly as long as the second one. The second driving stage is a long one. But we don't have to worry about getting the crates. At least not in the same way. And I'll probably touch upon that when we actually go back and do time trials next time. Because I don't think we'll get to time trials on this stream. We'll wrap back around to collectibles cleanup probably on the next stream. Because we'll just mainly focus on getting through these last few stages, fight Cortex, and then we'll kind of see where we're at when heading into the next stream. So we are closing in. We're closing in on Cortex here. A special gem lies at the end of the death route. So yeah, here's where our green gem is. If we can get to the end of the death route. Can I shoot this person in the window? Oh, nice. I made them board up the window. That's kind of cool. That they give a visual indication that you've taken care of them. More so than just being an empty window. They actually board up the window. That's nice. Well, that's rude. How about you don't? Oh, like rubble falls in it. That's what's happening. It's like some rubble that falls into the window frame. Excuse me. Oh, wow. That just one-shots them. Okay. And the only thing that's a little restrictive with the fruit bazooka is that you can only aim at what you can see on screen. So if there's an enemy that's like obstructed by an archway or something, there's not really a whole lot you can do about that. Oof. Just blow those up right away. Alright, there's the power crystal. Stop it. Stop. Get some help. Yeah, with time trials, we're not going to be able to take it that slow. Also, Oopsie Doodle accidentally locked us out of being able to take the death route. So we'll grab that green gem another time. Stop them from throwing any fire. No worries. We can always play the stage again. That's the nice thing, is that nothing in this game is ever really too dramatic of a setback. It's usually just a matter of, oh, might need to play the stage again. And sure, that can be a bit of a pain for some of the tougher stages. So that's where the death route would start, is right there. Since we died on the way here, we cannot take that route. So you have to make it to that platform without dying a single time during the stage to be able to take that platform to the more difficult but rewarding death route. Hence why it's called that. I do like the sound design on the fruit bazooka. This thing is beefy. Beefy and juicy. Two things that maybe should never be said together in the same sentence. But that's how it sounds. That is how it sounds. It's got like the power of the actual shot, but then also the sloshing of the fruit. Ooh. Whoa! That's not a sound we get to hear often. So I'm usually a little more careful about my platforming. I'm getting sloppy. There's also another bonus platform right there at the end. I see. I'm taking a look at the stage this time. Yeah, just pop these ahead of time. Yeah, they're like, hey, platform over these nitro boxes. I'm just like, you've given me an option to ignore them. I would much rather take that option. These are infinite bounce, so I don't have to worry about them wearing out or anything. We do need to clean up after ourselves, though. Yeah, the only thing we're really missing out on is, you know, a few extra pieces of Wumpa fruit, which I don't think we're gonna miss that. At 74 lives, I don't think we're really gonna be missing a few extra pieces of Wumpa fruit. Especially when we can just go back to basically any stage and just get more. I would like to... I'll just do that. Problem solved. Alright, we got all the crates, which is nice. We still get the crate gem. I'll have to come back with the green gem later, though. But that shouldn't be a big deal. Probably would have been able to make it to the Death Route platform if I hadn't been quite as careless as I was around that TNT block. We'll be wrapping back around to all of this on the next stream anyway. Alright, one more flying stage for the road.
Crash, Coco, remember, it is not only Dr. Cortex that we battle. Beware of Uka Uka, my children. He is a far more dangerous enemy than anyone can imagine.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes when we actually fight them. But yeah, that's another naming thing. So we have Aku Aku, who is that our lovely little helper mask that just spoke to us during that little transition there. And then he's speaking about Uka Uka, which is his dark counterpart. Basically the yin and yang, good and evil kind of deal. Excuse me, would you kindly blow up the biplane? Please? Thank you. I need to start breaking some crates. Do a little bit of damage to the biplane as I'm going past. Mainly just trying to get these crates. So I'll make sure they're all cleaned up before I go anywhere. Because it's easy enough to grab them. But yeah, Aku Aku and Uka Uka. Compare those names. They are palindromes of each other. If that's the correct way to refer to it. But yeah, Aku Aku, AKU for both of them, and then Uka Uka, UKA for both of them. Just to really drive home the point of them being the opposites. All right, we got our 11 crates. So now we just gotta deal with these 2 remaining biplanes, the big ones. And there we go. Stage done, and we took 2% damage. If you have any enemies shooting at you, just spam the jump button to do your dodge roll. It works wonders. Also, just clearing them out as they appear also helps, but make use of the dodge roll. There's literally no reason not to use it, because you can still keep shooting while you're spinning. So it's just free invincibility, basically. Alright, one last Egyptian-style stage. Unlock a new path by earning all of the colored gems. So this is a stage we'll be coming back to toward the end of our collectible cleanup, because it has something specifically for when we gather all of the colored gems. So I imagine we're probably not going to be able to get all crates on this stage either, as a result of that. Just a hunch. Get that. Excuse me. Oh, hey. I must have knocked him into these crates that were over here. Alright. So we've got this firefly here. That's basically our only way of being able to see in here. Don't take too long. The firefly does not stick around forever. And if they decide to leave, you are going to be in total darkness. Good luck platforming in total darkness. Your best bet is to just keep moving. Try to stop as little as possible, because you've only got a certain amount of time before these guys decide to leave. So I don't have all the gems. But since I'm in the dark, I'm just gonna take the platform. And we'll see what happens. This is my first time taking one of the gem platforms, I think. This to avoid the spotlights. Ooh. I actually activated one of them. Sketchy. Excuse me. So yeah, there's the green gem platform there. I don't think we have enough to get across. Nope. So that's basically their way of saying, hey, you're not supposed to be here. Don't go this way. But there are at least nitro crates in that direction. So yeah, try not to hesitate too much. If you've got like a bunch of these crates to deal with. Try to deal with crates as quickly as you can and just keep moving, because once you're in the dark, there's not much else you can really do to find your way. Checkpoint. Oh, they give you 3 masks right here. Alright, here we go. It's an invincibility rush that I mistimed the jump for because I overestimated the speed up. But just go. You've got invincibility, so you've got no reason to slow down. Just keep going. Alright, here's our bonus path. We got a checkpoint right before it. Again, dealing with these guys, you want to make sure that you're not taking too long. So you've only got a certain amount of time. Honestly, it might be better to just shoot most of these. I can just barely see thanks to the light that's at the end here. We have all 40 crates, so we're just moving on. If they didn't have that light at the end, I would not have been able to see that jump that was indicated by the Wumpa fruit there. Definitely a scary time. Alright. Continuing on. Alright, power crystal. Don't slow down too much. Don't have a ton of time with these. And hey, we got the crate gem too. Heck yeah. So now the only gem that's left in that level is just the one at the end of the all-colored gems path. But we'll come back to that much later. We still have to get all the colored gems first. We still got a couple of stragglers. But we know where one of them is. The other one I don't recall exactly. But now it's time to fight Dr. Neo Cortex. And this battle's kind of cool.
I'm sorry. This is the part where I'm supposed to be angry, full of rage, incensed beyond belief. Once again, you have outsmarted and outspun my best henchman. I should be rather upset, shouldn't I?
And in fact, we're furious. But it seems you have overlooked one small detail, you little orange delivery boy. Now that you have gathered all the crystals, all we have to do is take them from you.
So their plan is just let him gather the crystals, and then he'll come fight us.
Crash Bandicoot, for the last time, give the crystals to me.
Just music though. Aku Aku and Uka Uka have their little face-off throughout the fight. So all we gotta do is just avoid their little battle while also dodging Cortex's occasional shots. Watch out for the mines on the floor. As best you can, they do just blow up on their own. And their hitbox can be a little larger than it seems. But once he sets the mines around, if you saw, his force field fizzles out. Oh no, a straight shot through me, huh? I guess I should be more aware of my angle. So I'm not walking directly toward him while he's shooting at me. Oh, I didn't jump over the beam in time. This is probably one of the tougher fights. Mainly just because this is the fight with the most moving parts to it. I mean, it's either between this or Dingodile for like most complex. Alright, then you gotta spin him into the pit in the center. And then Uka Uka's gotta fish him out. And then phase 2. They start spinning, and they're just gonna be, you know, Beyblading around the arena for a while. So just keep an eye on where they're going. Arguably easier to dodge than phase 1. Just watching out for that explosion there. Ah, I was a little too slow. Wow, how did that not hit me? I got bounced back by my spin. I almost got shoved back into them. That could have been a problem. Alright, knock him in there. Uka Uka gotta go fish him out. And then phase 3. Gotta be constantly moving, because they're going to clash wherever you happen to be at that moment. You gotta make sure that you're not staying there when they clash. Though this phase can make it easiest to actually control where they're gonna go, which is nice. You can actually kind of control where they're gonna be. So ironically, it almost gets like easier to fight as you get further in the phases. But now we've unlocked the speed shoes, so we can actually sprint. And this is why we wait on the time trials until after we've gone through the whole game once. Because now we have a way of running through the stages faster than we ever could. And that's the fight.
Defeated again. This is not fair. Maybe I should retire to a nice big beach with a nice big drink and a woman with nice big bags of ice for my head.
It's not over, Bandicoot. There are still the gems. We still have a chance to triumph.
And so there's that little hint for you. To be like, oh yeah, guess we should go back for the gems. I think this is from one of the Crash 1 stages where you ride the boar. I've definitely heard this music before, and I know I've heard people talking about that stage. So that'll be fun when we finally get to Crash 1. But it'll be a while before we get to Crash 1 because we still have We still have a lot of cleanup to do in Crash 3. We are definitely not finished. Like they said, we've still got the gems. So while we have beaten the standard ending, I suppose, we still gotta go back and get the gems. And then we've also gotta get the, we gotta go get the time trials done. There are three times to go for in the time trials. There's the blue. I don't know if they specifically call it sapphire or not. There's the gold, and then there's the platinum. So for 100%, I imagine we probably have to get all of the platinum times for each stage. But time trial has a couple of unique features that we will come back around to when we get to that point. We won't be touching on any of that on this stream, because I figure we'll probably end it here once we're done with the credits and any post-credits cutscenes or anything like that. But the next time, on the next stream, we'll start working on cleaning up what we left behind in all of the Crash 3 stages, because we've still got many gems. Many gems. Probably what we'll do is we'll start by getting the colored gems. Start with those. I recognize that sound effect. That is a stock sound effect. I've heard that sound. That's the sound whenever you collect a Spectre coin in Ape Escape. Yeah, so we'll start by getting the colored gems next time, because that will open up any, side routes and things like that. Then probably what we'll do is we'll start from the beginning, look through each of the stages that we haven't gotten the gems for, and just start cleaning those up first. And depending on how long that takes us, and whatever happens afterward, because I don't remember exactly when certain things trigger, probably the last thing we'll do with Crash 3 is do all of our time trial stuff. We'll go for all of the platinum times just in sequential level order. So we'll just start back at the first stage, get the platinum time for that, move to the second stage, and so on, until we have them all. That's the working plan. Definitely starting off with the colored gems, because that'll open up any side paths, and then grab all the other gems that we have not yet collected. We actually managed to get a fair few of them as we went through. Probably got over half of the crate gems at the very least. So I did a pretty good job of keeping an eye out for them. There are some stages that I'm gonna need to take a closer look at, because either there's just one crate that I've overlooked somewhere, or there's like some hidden activation block like toward the end with the that one stage that we were dealing with in like the future area. There's just that one fill-in block and no obvious activation block around it. Stuff like that we'll have to kind of puzzle out when we get to them. But yeah, once we get the color gems, that'll open up all the alternate side routes and stuff. So we won't have any of that impeding our progress. Then it'll just be a matter of exploring the stages themselves to find all of the crates and side paths and stuff that we need to collect the rest of the gems. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I'm definitely glad I finally wrapped back around to playing this. Because it's like, I knew I was going to want to play this. There's a reason I got it in the first place. But I just never was in quite the right place to be like, yeah, I think now's the time to revisit it. But that time has finally arrived. And I'm definitely happy to be back into the groove with Crash Bandicoot here. Because it has been a long time since I played a Crash game. And I definitely played 2 and 3 a lot when I was younger, so it's a nice bit of nostalgia. And I'm sure that my prior experience with these games did help me to pick up a lot more stuff along the way than maybe if it were just my straight up first time playing through the game. I'd have to get used to like, oh, what does the tiger stage do? Like, oh boy. So we have the Crash 1 theme, now we're here in the Crash 2 theme. I gotta say, the remastered soundtrack is nice. I enjoy it a lot. Oh, here we go. Time trial developer best times. So if anybody wants to go and try to do a time trial against developer times, here's your list. Good luck beating the time trial times of the QA department. The people whose job it is to just solely test levels into, just like run them into the ground, make sure that they are solid the whole way through. No bandicoots were harmed in the creation of this game. Good to know. Very good to know. And there they are. Crashin Coco. Alright, let's see. Alrighty. Just drops us back off. There's also this mysterious podium here. Doesn't seem to have a use right now. Perhaps we'll find out more about that later, once we've collected some more goodies. So let me just real quick take a look through the stages. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, we can't use the running shoes in the lobby, but we can use them in a stage. So let me just look through. Let me try to remember which stage has the colored gems. Because I think that's just a bonus. Nothing there. I think they saved the colored gems for later stages, so that you don't grab them too early. The yellow gem is in Hang 'em High, and then the green gem is in the oh, they're both in the Arabian stages. Interesting. We got Hang 'em High over there as the yellow gem. And then over here, Flaming Passion has the green gem. So we'll tackle those at the beginning of the next stream. Those will be the first 2 stops. And then from there, we'll look back through all the stages, figure out which ones we don't have the gems for, and just go grab them. 48% complete. So yeah, those time trial onks we're gonna have to come back for much later. But we'll start getting used to using the running shoes to move around a bit faster, because that will be very, very crucially important for the time trials. Just being able to run faster. I'm sure I don't need to tell y'all why being able to run faster would be important for a time-based mode. But that won't be for a while. We still got some gem cleanup to do next time. So that is where I will leave it for today. But we will definitely be coming back to Crash Bandicoot on the next stream. Crash 3 cleanup. Because believe me, these games, they give you a reason. They give you a reason to collect everything. It's not just for the sake of completion. There is actual tangible benefit to doing so. But we'll find out more about that once we actually grab the rest of the stuff. So because the game likes to just stop, because I have to have it in full screen to get 60 FPS, we'll just bring it on over to over here for now, and I will pop on some chill music to kind of send us off here. There we go. All right. So that will be it for me for today. Thank you all so much for being here and hanging out as we take a very interesting trip down memory lane. I wasn't sure how I was gonna do, so I figured I'd start with a very familiar entry in the series. Thank you, Bless. I need to move that alert out from behind me there. But yeah, we'll be cleaning up more of Crash 3 on the next stream. I'm looking forward to that for sure. And hopefully this time, I won't need to shift the stream to a different day. But if we do, no worries. Because we'll be here, and I always put the archives up on YouTube. I'm getting better about making that happen on a consistent day. Because I've been doing a good job of grabbing the archives and putting them up over on the YouTube space. But I have still been trying to work on getting the actual day that I upload to be consistent. Because right now it's been hovering between Monday and Tuesday, just depending on when I upload it. Sometimes I upload it early enough that it's ready for Monday. Sometimes I forget about it until it's too close to the release time I would like to have it on a Monday, so I put it to Tuesday instead at the same time. But yeah, I'm working toward having it go up Mondays at 5 p.m. Central Time. that's the general release window I'm looking for. That way it's kind of like something that people have to look forward to on a Monday, can kind of tide people over, gives people a week leading up to the Saturday stream to kind of pick through the archive at their leisure, so that if there is anything that people want to catch up on, they've got Monday through basically Saturday to do it. Plus, hopefully it makes Mondays a little bit nicer for people. For whoever does decide to check out the archives. And if you do check out the archives, if you are an archive watcher right now, just know that I appreciate you too. It means a lot. So thank you all for being here and hanging out. We will be getting to more Crash 3, cleaning up some gems on the next stream. So until then, take care everyone.